Okay, hello? Hello, hello. Hold up. To prepare everything. Cause my desk is a mess. Anyways, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Let's just wait for like maybe a few minutes before I start. I need to set things up. Especially with this guy. Uh, new layer. This is our reference. I do have like a sketch prepared for this illustration, but it's traditional, so I do have a photo, but I don't think I can insert it because I did not upload it on my cloud. So it's gonna freehand the sketch all over again. Anyways, welcome guys. Let me just spell typlosion. There we go. Fix my setup. It's been a while since I've done this. But anyways, welcome y'all. Welcome, welcome. Let's just chill for a bit, and maybe a couple minutes later we'll start to illustrate and all that stuff. But yeah, we're still continuing the Pokemon shenanigans. I'll be changing, or I have a Pokemon reference right here, and I'll be changing or making a character out of it, or designing a character out of it as some sort of like inspiration, or using the reference as inspiration. Make a whole new concept of it. I may have a list because I'm wearing my retainer, and it's gonna sound a little bit annoying, even for me. But I've been having like toothaches recently. They're not to the point that it hurts so bad, but it is noticeable to a certain degree. To the point that I have to wear this again. You're doing the high type pollution. Yeah, I'm gonna do the Hisuian version. Basically the glow up versions of the starters. But I'm still not sure if I'm gonna do all the starters, the Hisuian starters. Oh yeah, I kind of finished the game of Arceus recently. I started doing Sword next, Pokemon Sword. It was so boring, I have to go back to Arceus. Like, I pretty much know what I've expected on the experience, on what the experience was in Pokemon Sword. But I didn't, man, I didn't expect it to be this boring. But I am trying to play it because I want the I want Eldegoss and the other Pokemons. Cause it cause it has a bigger Pokédex, I think. Yeah, it has a bigger Pokédex in comparison to Arceus. But honestly, half of the Pokemons there, I don't even care about. I get so used to the Sinnoh region that seeing new Pokemons look a bit jarring to me. But yeah, it after playing Arceus, it really does feel jarring to like play the mainline games of Pokemon because it man everything feels slow again. That's why I kind of don't like it. Anyways, I have the right brushes. Everything is so dusty. Even though it's finally back to rainy season, it's still so dusty on my room. Hisui and Samuro is what the original Samuro should have been. Oh yeah, there's also a new moveset for them, which I'm actually not sure if it's exclusive to them, but I think they are. Oh yeah, I also just realized that apparently, what was it? Gudra? Gudra is apparently a Hisuian version. I didn't even realize that Gudra had an upgrade at Arceus. The only difference is that they have the shell. But yeah. Anyways, that's enough of the Pokemon, right? My computer feels laggy for some reason. I'm not sure why. Is it because of OBS? Or my graphics card again? Okay, this stream is gonna be a bit painful for me because computer feels laggy for some reason. Or was it only laggy when I use the mouse? But yeah. I'm gonna draw the pose first. I'm actually not sure if I can finish this illustration. But yeah. Yeah, it's been hard to draw lately. I can't tell if it's... I actually cannot tell if I'm burned out, honestly. You ever made the dumb choice of making a signature move into Iron Defense 2.0? Really? I think it's pretty decent, I guess. Cause it's uber broken in Arceus. Not super broken, but still kinda is. But then again, combat is pretty different in Arceus. It's much more it's really much more paced. And it's what matters most in Arceus is like speed stats rather than strategy. Like I think Sneasel? What's it, Sneasel? Sui and Sneasel, when they have quick attack, they can pretty much have like 3 turns. Oh, you could barely move at all. You could barely do anything. It feels unfair to play, but I honestly like it. I like the combat better there, cause it's so fast paced. Yeah, it's kind of brain dead, but every battle feels like a boss rush. Maybe that's why I kind of like it. And I guess level advantage isn't that much. Like if you have like a level 30 Pokemon and mine is like a level 60 Pokemon, basically double the level. If your Pokemon has like super effective moves against mine and you're faster, my Pokemon is basically dead. It can 1 or 2 shot my Pokemon. I heard that the final boss in Arceus was the hardest boss in Pokemon. I mean, I kind of cheesed the final boss, so it was actually funny to me. But if you're unprepared, yeah, it's gonna be the hardest. But I was pretty much prepared, and I was over leveled, well, slightly. And I had, yeah, I pretty much prepared for it. I think, I think it was the same game director, who, the same guy that made the Ultra Necrozma battle was apparently the same guy that also directed the final battle. So that might be that explains the difficulty. And the guy just pretty much like got pissed off, like, oh, Pokemon's too easy. And then the guy just, made it made it 10 times harder. Not gonna lie, I kind of find those guys a little bit annoying. If you find it too easy, then just do a Nuzlocke, bro. Like at the end of the day, as much as you like to argue that it's an easy game, it is made for like it is designed for casual players. It's designed for kids and casual players, which is like the epitome of Nintendo games. Oh, welcome to the stream. Yeah, I might sound dead because, man, I don't know. I've been tired lately. And another thing is that I can't tell if I'm burned out because like you can see me, I can still draw and shit. But it does feel like I am so not motivated. I am just dead inside. Actually, let me instead of the pose, let me just try to get the proportions right. Actually, fuck this. I'm not gonna redraw the sketch. I'm gonna I'm gonna upload my rough sketch because I have a sketch done at my notebook, and I'm tired. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do this for like 25 minutes. So just get the we just get the roughs. I'm tired. Man, I think Google is breaking my computer. Like, it feels like my computer is running on 5 frames per second. What is going on? But when Google is out of the picture, back to normal again. Oh, why? Okay, let me just edit this. Give me a sec, guys. Oh yeah, out of the 4 games, I for some reason hated the Sun playthrough. I mean, that generation of Pokemon was pretty different. It didn't have gym leaders, if I remember correctly. Which pretty much also the same thing that fans were ranting about. Okay, there we go. I just inserted. So you guys can see there's the rough sketch. And of course, I'm just gonna insert it and trace it. I'm done. I just need to correct the proportion and all that stuff. Maybe it's because the Pokemon section is pretty bad and ended up with Pokemons with low power output. Or because there's no Garchomp. Is there a Salamence there? Or Tyranitar? I actually not sure about that. I actually ended up not using Garchomp in my Arceus gameplay. Maybe it's because I used Decidueye. Decidueye is pretty much kind of a... Actually, people had a lot of mixed bag with Hisui and Decidueye. I actually don't mind it all that much. Yeah, Typhlosion looks way cooler, but I also like Decidueye. Maybe it's because it's a fighting type Pokemon. I don't know, man. Once there's fighting type, I'm just like, okay, you pretty much have like half of the roster. Can deal with half of the roster. I guess I do it in bursts, it's not enough for me. And my picks were like... Actually, I think I only ended up using like 3 or 4 Pokemons. Because they were pretty much can take up the whole thing. I just need to switch and pretty much outspeed the enemy. I have to keep spamming Z moves because the damage output in my Sun team was the worst out of the teams. And they only have their pseudo legend in Como, which is my ace Pokemon, but her damage is so trash. But I think that's the reason why that generation was so hard. I'm pretty much considered like one of the hardest to Nuzlocke. Because you can one-shot shit. Or basically a poor integration of Z moves. Hey, Mr. Yoda, welcome. Welcome everybody to just join the stream. I may sound dead right now because I am just tired. Flat out tired. I can't tell if I'm burned out because I haven't been drawing personal stuff lately. Like this is like personal drawing that I'll be probably doing after like a few days. Or probably has been a week I made one. Or I just haven't been animating for a bit. Because it has been a while. I may do some fan animations again. Maybe One Punch Man. It's been a while. Bro, why is almost everyone I know is dead inside or tired? I'm burning out, guys. I can't take it anymore. Maybe it's because I finished Arceus. And the games that I have left is like fucking Pokemon Sword. I do have Hades. I bought Hades. But I already finished that game. I only played it. I only bought the game because I wanted the kind of like an arcade game or game that just has, you know, good replayability. And Hades is like the top notch. Bro, play Omega Ruby. It's probably gonna take me ages to finish though. Cause I did not expect I would enjoy open world games at all. I did not expect that. Maybe it's because there's so many distractions. That's why I kind of like it. When it comes to linear games, man, it just gets boring real quick. Now Omega Ruby leveling up is so easy. Oh, that's not a problem. It's me pressing A. Walk back and forth to the grass. No, I'm gonna play. Cause it's on my 3DS. I just haven't touched my 3DS. That's the problem. This buddy is gonna look fucked up, but I don't think I care about anime anymore. I don't care about it anymore. Mega Ruby introduced a sneaking feature, so you don't have to keep on running in the grass to find the right Pokemon. Oh, is it an early feature? Is it kind of like in Pokemon Sword? Because that's how you do it. Basically, the wild Pokemons pop out. But you still need to run on them in order to, like, battle and catch them. Beat them into submission and all that stuff. Boo, you're not making Typhlosion into a weed smoker. Nah, but he's gonna look like a Yakuza, I think. That's what the tattoos I'm gonna give him. Oh yeah, another thing what I love about an Arceus, you can catch all of the Pokemons. You don't need to do those trading evolution shit. You don't need to trade. You don't need to trade shit. There's no exclusive kind of shenanigan going on. I mean, there are, but it's like one or two. This is actually not the reference for the face. I actually draw it over here because I ran out of space. Not gonna lie, the way I sketch has really gone rough. Back then I used to be much cleaner. But now my sketches are like, it needs to be done in 5 seconds or I'm bored. I'm leaving. You know why speedrunners hate Alpha Sapphire but love Omega Ruby? I think I watched a video of this, but I forgot. What the difference were. And they always choose Mudkip, right? Because Mudkip is pretty much the strongest out of them. And yeah, I understand why. Ground type and water type are OP. The only thing, probably the only reason why they don't get overused is like there's no pseudo legendary that has that typing. And you can just use a grass type to just beat them up. Because that's their only one weakness. But the type is so good because it's pretty much, you can pretty much use it anywhere. There's barely any good grass types anyways. It's because Omega Ruby has Latias and Primal Groudon, while Apple Sapphire has Latias. Oh, Latias and Latias. Which is a weaker Latios. God damn. I'm surprised they don't like... But Kyogre is so good though. Yeah, Groudon is solid, but all you need is a fucking water type and it's pretty much gone. You just need to get a free Latias and the game gets easier. Oh, you could just speedrun that, huh? Boss rush. Boss rush, the whole thing. And they always pick the girl. They always pick the girl character. Or do you not know how OP Primal Groudon? Oh, he is OP. It's just he gets compared to fucking Kyogre. I'm just gonna paint this pants somewhat black, so no need for me to be overly detailed with the clothing folds. And I didn't want to go crazy with the perspective. I kind of haven't been going crazy with the perspective recently, not gonna lie. Oh yeah, speaking dealing with having no motivation. I guess this is like a severe case of me not being able to do like personal stuff in a while. Just pretty much beat me down to the point of like, yep, I'm tired of everything. And that's dangerous territory because worst case scenario, I get sick of it, I get super tired of it. To the point I get sick of it. And once I get sick of something, I do not want to see it anywhere. Like you just roll your eyes like, ugh, drawing again? I wanted to give him a shaved head, but I don't know how to fucking draw that without looking ugly. I haven't drawn a shaved head like forever, really. Now, regular Groudon is weaker than regular Kyogre. But Primal Groudon is way more OP than Primal Kyogre. Primal Groudon was so OP that it was almost banned in Ubers like Mega Rayquaza. I'm still surprised they let legendaries allowed. But I guess that's the point. Although my favorite is still gonna be like, it's still Giratina. Probably because Giratina was my first legendary that I caught. But I haven't finished Platinum. Got lazy on the grind. I think I stopped at the second elite. I think I'm still stuck there. Haven't touched it in a while. And Giratina isn't really that good in competitive. But what I like about him is that, not only about the story, but also they're pretty much like a wall, right? Good for stalling. I think I need to use arms, but I'm ignoring it for now. Does this mean the return of your OCs? I'm not sure actually. Again, I'm kind of tired of drawing. and I'm not sure if it's because the lack of personal stuff being done, or I just should take a break. Okay, it is Google that's making my laptop laggy. Okay. I'm gonna close that for a bit. Just minimize it. I should probably tilt the head that pretty much produces this type of thing that's going on the chin. But nah. You kinda don't need that. Unless the head is completely tilting upwards, then yeah, the chin is gonna look weird. Or inverted. I don't think we need that, yeah. Oh, yeah, did you see my rant of Castlevania Nocturne? Yeah. But honestly, I I've only watched a few scenes of it, so I don't think I can judge. I'm in the right place to judge. But I was kind of disinterested to it. I've been kind of disinterested to a lot of things. Not gonna lie. I haven't watched that many shows. And even if they come out, or maybe there's something like I'm waiting for new show come out, and when they come out, I didn't watch them. Cause I even have zero motivation to like what? To slack off. Heck, I don't even watch that much anime anymore. But then again, there's really not that a lot that is, or anything that is coming out that interesting really, or anything that's catching my eye. There's nothing. I literally hate all the characters except for Richter's mom. Richter's mom. Now I'm worried about the new DMC anime because the same people who Nocturne work. Not too worried about it. I guess it's because of creators tend to have like different approaches to something. Like for example, Ledger of Korra. Yeah, it's the same people working on it, but people don't regard it. People don't regard as Ledger of Korra as something better than the last Airbender. But then again, there were a lot of fumbles in the production. Especially when it comes to Nickelodeon. They're not really the best when it comes to other shows. But I guess if you're only looking at the animation, you don't care about the plot or whatever. It's pretty solid. There are some moments in Nocturne that I'm like, this looks kind of jagged. But overall, it has like, I guess it's the money shot kind of thingy going on again. Some shots are not gonna look good. Some shots are gonna look too good to the point that it doesn't feel like the same anime. Okay, watch me draw this fucking face for like an hour because I cannot get it right. Oh man, Google really is killing my RAM? Be it noticed I haven't updated my softwares. Yeah, but the only reason why I only like Risha's mom that she saw it, but she only like had 3 minutes of screen time and then killed her off. I think I was disinterested at the show because uh the only reason why I watched the first season of Castlevania is because of the villains. I am much more invested in their story. Of course, the AMCs are also great, but I am one of those people who are just much more invested when it comes to the villains. Because, I don't know, they had a lot more to offer, I guess. And perhaps the opposing perspective is intriguing for me. I didn't have that sort of feeling, I guess, when it comes to the newer seasons or in Nocturne. Because, I don't know. I mean, yeah, they were gonna introduce a new villain, but at the same time, I was just like, you know what, I don't care. I got too disinterested now. That is how low I have become. I can't even fucking get entertained anymore. I'm just gonna go back to, I don't know, reading about Kirby lore. My relationship ended with anime. I must go back to Kirby. Now that I think about it, I kind of have a thing about eldritch kind of horror shenanigan going on. Oh yeah, the villains is also kind of trash in Nocturne because they redeemed Dracula and killed them, so they had to make their own OC villains, and they're all trash. All of them had no personality. Look at what the fraction they have to do. Now that I think about it, is Invincible coming this year? The new season of Invincible? Invincible is also fun. But I haven't known if it has a new season. I can't even watch shows anymore. That is how low I've become. But yeah, I guess it's another severe case of like people are gonna be divided about it because there are some sections they enjoy, and there's gonna be this section of people of like, oh my god, they're making Castlevania woke. Like, bro, have you seen the original? Have you seen the original games? I think the newer villains, I think some of them are like referencing the some villains in, in the video games, but those type of villains in the video games are kind of not that memorable. But then again, I guess I have no say in this because I've only played one Castlevania game. I can't even remember which Castlevania that was. I think it was like it's on the 3DS, so but I don't know which which Castlevania was that. What was it? Lords of Shadows. I think that was the one. And I didn't even delve that much to the game. I think I only played a few levels and I got bored. Oh, and I hated playing on the 3DS. I gotta emphasize, I have the 3DS, the original 3DS, and I have to emphasize that despite I have small hands, this fucking thing feels atrocious to play with. It looks beautiful. It's the most good-looking 3DS, but it's the worst to hold. I miss my joystick. Please, what is this? And kind of just reminds me like, yeah, no wonder I was like a PlayStation girl back in the days. Because I was much more into PlayStation back then rather than Nintendo. Because nobody owned Nintendo here. Yeah, PSP and Xbox pretty much dominated the era back then. And nobody owns a fucking Wii unless you're like 40 years old and up. And nobody likes playing video games here at that age here. But man, I was still jealous. I was low-key jealous to the people who like, I don't know, playing Wii Sports or something. And the technology blew my 10-year-old mind, I guess, back then. Like, holy shit, they're dancing, and all they needed was a fucking remote. And that sensor. I still did not understand how it worked back then. But you know, growing up, I'm like, oh, they just need a sensor. I'll be honest with you, I think they are being woke in Nocturne. This is coming from the same guy that hates that term. I couldn't check how they changed France history in the French Revolution. Was it even about the French Revolution at this point? I kind of forgot because again, the villains were not that interesting. And the French Revolution just, I don't know, just pretty much gone sidetracked at that point. But yeah, I tend to roll my eyes when someone is like, "Oh, they gone woke," because again, they're gonna pretty much bring up the same cards, like, "Oh, they just, I don't know, gender bend or made or what do you call this? Redesign the characters." And it's an adaptation. Who cares? And again, I had to say, I can't say for shit because I haven't watched the show and I don't have any sort of motivation to do so. Because I'm already disinterested. Yeah, I kind of don't watch any action shows anymore. Cause, what do you call this? Cause I'm just not invested to it anymore. I guess it ended up feeling like work. I'll be like viewing it in like as a with the artist's eyes. You know what I mean? Like, how did they animate this? Oh, look at this animation shot. Oh, look at this shot. This shot is pretty. Oh, hey, look at this shot. It's well directed. I have to view it that way. Or I'm kind of ended up viewing it that way to the point that I neglect everything else. And you know, it just feels like a job. You know what I mean? It feels like work. Maybe that's why I kind of grown to like not watch those kind of genres anymore. And I ended up watching like slice of life instead. Because here's the thing when it comes to watching slice of life stuff, I have two expectations. Like, I know what to expect when watching it. It's either I'm gonna be fucking bored to the ground because it's not very good, flat out, or I'm gonna have a great time because it's funny or it's just straight up enjoyable. The characters are funny, the characters are engaging, and stuff like that. But when it comes to shonen or action animated stuff, I have to like, I don't know what to expect basically. Am I gonna expect a good story? Am I gonna expect a terrible one? Am I gonna expect a well animated one? Or am I gonna expect a fucking PowerPoint presentation? Like, it's hard to narrow it down. I know sounds like a very nitpicky sort of thing, like it doesn't make sense. Just watch it, bro. But to me, it's different. It's really just a genre that I just don't enjoy anymore. They don't even talk about how crazy the French rebels were, acting and beheading everyone they see or assume to be a traitor, and they try to make the French rebels to be how modern day college students view rebellions. I mean, it kind of is. But then again, it's the world of fiction. It's hard to take anything seriously if they're like, they're not making that much any sense. Or it's hard to take the plot seriously when it doesn't make sense. It ended on a cliffhanger, I think. It feels like it's the same feeling that I had in the first one, except the first one is actually much more, it felt promising. But in Nocturne, it felt like the first season of Castlevania, where it feels like it's more of a pitch rather than a uh full-fledged show. But this time it's kind of executed terribly. And yeah, I don't know. I think it's also because of the animation kind of driven me away. There are some shots that's good, but there are some shots that are just flat out bad and kind of wonky. Or it's just not well drawn, really. Again, I don't mind if you're trying to cut corners in the animation, but at least make it look good. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm not gonna see a lot of movement. That's okay, as long as what I'm looking at is well drawn. Again, this is a very nitpicky thing, and it's kind of a weird way of me being driven away to a show. But that's just how I work, okay? And just seeing how it rambles. Yeah, it would just not work for me to like fully engage in. I'll just wait for Scott Pilgrim maybe. The ending of Nocturne with Alucard's return made me groan because I feel like they're doing the Disney MCU Star Wars cameo, aka jingling keys to the audience, with an old legacy character despite how terrible the scene is. Yeah, they're trying to redeem. What do you call it? Not redeem. Kind of like saving the scene with like shoving in a fan favorite character. It's kind of a mixed bag, honestly. More of a mixed bag. Yeah, people are gonna, people are gonna automatically be excited seeing an old recurring character, especially if it's a favorite. But yeah, there are a section of people who are gonna like, bro, this is a cheap tactic to keep the fans, like, keep the attention of the fans. But yeah, I guess it's just on my drop list. But I guess if you want to study animation, it's okay. Because I'm really nitpicky. It's 1:58 a.m. at night. I want to stop by and say hi. Welcome, my dude. Thanks for your visiting. But oh my god, get that sleep, bro. Man, I know I don't have rights because I also sleep around that ungodly hours. I sleep around 3 a.m. It's very inconsistent. I either sleep at 10 p.m. or sleep around 3 a.m. There's no in between. But yeah. I guess I'm stopped playing, or I've stopped watching because I've been recently playing video games. And I guess it's a good thing because, man, I miss my gamer era, bro. My gaming instincts have left me. I need to go, I don't know, play Elden Ring or Dark Souls or something to bring me back. Bring my gaming skills back. I mean, I wasn't super great back then on gaming, but I can tell that my skills have depleted. And back then it was a little bit harder to get into video games. Because I didn't own any fucking console. I did own like a PS2, but fuck. Again, my mom keeps unplugging or unsetting up the setup. Because again, my fucking parents are like boomers. They're like a fucking 2 generations apart from me. And they don't understand the concept of video games. They are that old. And I kinda hate it. They are the same type of people who like creates iPad kids, but at the same time they would rant that, oh, too much on the phone can kill you. Like, damn, bro, you're the one who raised me like this. And no, I don't want to fucking play outside. I hate my cousin. And there's barely anyone around me that has like the same age as me around this town. And I'd rather not be friends with anyone in this fucking town. You know how fucking crazy people here are? Oh, my boy needs. Our boy needs leg days. He looks skinny as shit with his legs. Looks a little short. But yeah. I guess I'll just get into video games right now rather than shit. Man, I don't know why my brain is like this. Like for some reason my brain cannot keep up with multiple anymore. Or maybe it got burned out because of high school. I tried so hard in high school and now I lost everything. I lost every ability. Oh, that was the wrong layer. There we go. Let's save that. Modern Disney cameo in a nutshell. Oops, this scene with the camera and acting is terrible. But hey guys, look, it's Iron Man, it's Luke Skywalker. You guys love them, right? Man. Star Wars fans are like... They're kind of like Pokemon fans. They're not getting... They're not getting the... They're not getting the good shit. It's either hit or miss. They're full on copium. Do you plan on doing Hisuian Samurott? Yeah, I kind of want to do the trio, because it kind of feels unfair if I'm just gonna do Typhlosion. Typhlosion wasn't even my first pick out of the trio. It was Decidueye. You're telling me you want to deny Rowlet? How dare you? But yeah, I just love Rowlet. Although, funny enough, if I play, what gen was Rowlet in? Was it Gen 7, Gen 8? No, it's not Gen 7. Oh, it is Gen 7, never mind. If I play Pokemon Sun and Moon, I probably wouldn't have picked Rowlet. I would have probably picked Pyroar. Because, I don't know, man. Anything fire involved, I'm picking it. Now, for Star Wars, most of Disney Star Wars is terrible, and Disney Star Wars fans are coping on how bad it shows them. No. The thing is, it's a hit or miss, right? You have like bangers like, what was it? Is this show where Pedro Pascal was in, but I forgot. The Mandalorian, I think. And then you get the rest of the shit. I picked Sam first. It looks cooler to me. Yeah, I can't lie. The Hisuian, Hisuian are basically glow ups. Not gonna lie. Even Zoroark, right? Even Zoroark has a glow up here. I actually didn't think that Zoroark needed a rework. But then again, the recent meta of Pokemon is kind of escalating. So, I really can't blame that the old Pokemons are like struggling to keep up. Because that's just how power escalations are going on. Rowlet, Poplio, and Litten. Yeah, I probably would have picked Litten. Litten? Litten? But if I get a chance to keep Rowlet, I would definitely would. 100%. And Rowlet looks so fucking funny in Dynamax. I have still yet to catch a Rowlet in Arceus. I've catched the other starters like uh you know, Typhlosions and Samurats evolution line. I finally collected them all, but I haven't in Rowlet. I haven't collected them all. The only missing one is Rowlet. I finally had his second evolution and Decidueye. Oh yeah, I chose Linen as my starter in my Sun gameplay, but his damage output is so terrible. And doesn't have Intimidate. Oof. Oh yeah, there's no abilities in Arceus. Which is, I guess it's a good thing. I mean, some Pokemons have, weirdly enough, but it's not gonna do a lot. It's not as a major difference as in comparison to the main line. But yeah, I can you tell I like the combat system here? Much better. Because it's, I guess it's much more simpler. Because in the mainline games, unless you're, I don't know, hacking, you're not gonna get the status that you want in your fucking Pokemon. Or if you want to, in a legitimate way, you're not gonna see the brink of daylight. Hisuian Zoroark is pretty good, only because its weakness is dark. Which is pretty ironic. I became the opposite there. The metagame is crazy now. Ogerpon, the legendary, and the Teal Mask. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. When the DLC came out, huh? Because it's kind of broken. A lot of Pokemons are pretty much overtaking the roster. The way to say. But I do understand that in the mechanics in comparison to Arceus, it's not gonna do well in PvP. Because it really is like speed stat checking. But I don't know, I just like it. I guess it's much more dopamine inducing. And I got so used to fast paced stuff that I just hate slow gameplay right now. Still coping over Garchomp being dropped to you. The treasures of ruined the new four-way of legends. Garchomp eventually was dropping there is too much stuff that counters him. Yeah, that's way too much. Then he's not enough to be justified as a utility. He is still pretty good, just a lot of too much Pokemon that counters him. That it's not even worth. Flurmain, Iron Hands, let's go on. Yeah. Oh, and you have to like put in the new gimmick into consideration also. The new gimmick changes the typings. But I'm still not fully grasping on how that works. I think you can only change the typing in a certain way. Or whatever that is given to you, I think. I still don't understand. But then again, I don't think I would play the new gen of Pokemon. Which of the two would you make female Hisuian? Decidueye or Samurai? Probably Decidueye. Samurai has a beard. Or a mustache. Because he is pretty much basically a samurai. Or based off of samurais. I was thinking of making like a character for Samurai that is like kind of similar to Yasuo, but not too much because I don't like some sections of Yasuo's design. Probably a lot more armor for Samurai. Damn it. Were you waiting for a very hot version of Samurai? I'm actually still not sure. I still have to like think about it. Maybe make a few couple of sketches of which is gonna work. Okay, the body is done. I'm gonna play an ad, guys. Bear with me. But I'm gonna go to the bedroom. So BRB in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Let me just take a drink before we return to this illustration. You should do a running gag of making every firefighting starters into female. You can kick my ass and you're hot. You're automatically gonna be female. Who else was firefighting? Inferni was the other one. I keep forgetting the other starter in like, or the starter in like black and white. But let's be for real here. Pokemon Sword and Shield has the most forgettable starter line. I have to keep reminding myself that what was their name again? See, I also keep forgetting their names. I just call her the fucking rabbit. Score bunny there. This is my starter, by the way. I just recently played Pokemon Sword and I already fucking forgot about it. The ugly child of firefighting Emboar. Wait, you're right. I forgot the starters of Pokemon. It's the most forgettable of the lineup. Although I do remember the sniper. What was it? Sobble? I do remember Sobble because it's just funny. I'm gonna shoot you from a fucking tower. Female Sam would look crazy good. The dark armor shells. Yeah. That was what I was thinking. Emphasize on the armor more. But I also want them to look half naked. I have one condition to my illustrations. They gotta be half naked. Or else I'm not drawing it. Was that? You want me to draw fully clothed? And armor? Nah, man. Nah. No, that's not how it works. Don't understand. I learned anatomy for this. That's the thing about anatomy. You draw so many half-naked characters or figures to the point that, oh, right, I have to draw clothes. And then it gets covered in clothes to the point that you don't even need to draw half of the shit. All for that for nothing. I might try both though. A female samurai and a male version. Maybe just go with the female full blown. Cause why not? Cinderace. All of them has only one type. Oh yeah, that's another thing that made them boring. They're only pure typings. A lot of people are saying Cinderace would have made much more sense if it was like a rock. It was a fire rock or something. Cause actually, yeah, it makes sense. As you know, the rock would be the soccer ball, and yeah. Sobble? I had no idea what type though for Sobble. A water and a gun. What more do you need? Me when I realized that all of my comms aren't naked. How dare you? Fully clothed armor. This is torture. But I don't mind. Because, you know, it's part of the learning process. What do you mean I can't draw the characters half naked all the time? What do you mean? I learned anatomy. Female Sam is by confirm. Guilty Gear. It's. I find it shocking that I haven't gotten into Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear looks so good to my eyes, but I don't know how to get into it. Because it's been a while since I've played this type of games. The last one that I played was fucking Tekken in an arcade. And I didn't I didn't even have like a considerate amount of time to play it. I was only playing with it for like 5 minutes and that's it. It was like one fight. Oh, actually, I've seen this character. I'm actually seeing this character a lot in Twitter. I don't know why. Someone is get shut up type because they. All I need is water and a gun. Yeah, time for me to make OCs half naked for future gods. Yes. Yes, my child. Use the good old method of uh fan service. Can't go wrong with that. I know I need to draw the fire and all that, and the tattoos, but I'll do that later. Those type of things comes in the layering process, so we'll procrastinate. Ignore that at the moment. I think I need to change up some things. Need to fix a few stuff. Anatomy is boring, but you gotta learn the basic stuff. Just for clothes to cover only a process. That's the pain. Especially if you're trying to go for like a much more realistic art style. So you have to double check the anatomy. But then it's just gonna get covered with clothing. So all for that ended up for nothing. My version of fan service in my webcomic was just a tie-ass jumpsuit. Oh, actually, that works. Okay, I think that's it. Enough of redrawing and for us to like color it. Yeah, as you can see, it's like it's very rough. I don't want to do line art. I'll probably take line art much more seriously if I have like a different kind of art style. But that's not me right now. I'm not in the mood to change my art style just yet. Maybe next time. I'm not going for realistic, I prefer stylizing because I looked up and did bone/martial studies and labeled them. I was bored as fuck. Yeah, you gotta stylize them or else they're gonna be like, they're just gonna feel like homework, period. It's gonna feel torture. But there are some people that pretty much shows how they approach anatomy in their style. And I feel like those are much more helpful than, you know, using fucking textbook anatomy. I know it's important for like again for accuracy and all that stuff, but that's that's the number one problem is that it's gonna get boring. Yeah, maybe I should have just asked you to do the jumpsuit instead of the common Aloysius versus Serene. You got your priorities skewed, my friend. Oh, you gotta make sure you know this small ass bone with a wild name that you will remember. Oh yeah, do you remember the coccyx? And the femur bone? Focus, my dude, you need this. I guess to me it wasn't a big deal because I mean, of course, yeah, it was pretty much fucking boring. But at the same time, I was a STEM student, so I had to learn about this regardless. Like, we had to memorize bones, muscle groups, muscle parts, and all that stuff. We have to memorize how the heartbeat cycle works. I had to memorize that shit. And of course, I don't remember because I'm not using it. I was rejected to become a doctor. The hell is that? I know the mandible, jawbone. I kind of forgot what the skull bones or the bones in the heads are. I forgot. I forgot. But yeah. But I didn't apply that to drawing. I'm like, oh, this part here and this part that. That's how I do it. If I'm gonna draw it, I'm gonna show it. Okay? That's the reason why I'm drawing. It's to avoid words and to avoid reading. Why'd you think I learned this skill? And almost ended up being illiterate. Muscles fly past in my head too. I don't even know the basic stuff. I don't know much of the scientific terms. I do remember gluteus maximus. Because it's so funny to me. My name is Gluteus Maximus. Because of the... I think it was a gladiator meme. With Russell Crowe. Man, my... After watching Les Miserables, is that how you say it? I still hate that word. Because I remember that time when our English teacher told us how it's pronounced. Actually, it's not... It's actually not lame. Les Miserables. It's actually Les Miserables. Okay, and that's it. We didn't learn about much of it until like at senior high. And I just remember watching one video of it roasting on how terrible the musical is because everybody is forced on like harsh conditions for some reason. And the one that actually sounds decent are the ones who have a much more healthier approach on doing it. And I do remember just making fun of Russell Crowe. Russell Crowe singing along with my friend. Because I have a friend who was like somewhat like a theater kid, but we don't have theater at school. And we just poke fun at Russell Crowe. Like, bro, he sounds like he's singing in one note. Oh yeah, I have no idea how to express it now. How I love the Aloysius versus Oricom is looking. You cook too well. Thank you, my dude. It actually took me a bit to like, okay, how the fuck do I do this again? Because the challenge when it comes to drawing two characters at once, especially when they're like fighting and it's a sword fight, is showing their faces. Because it's easy to like frame it if you're not showing both of their faces. Like, you show it to this POV and this POV, you know? Which works really common in comics. But if it's just one illustration, it's a little bit tricky. That's why it took me a bit to draw it. I was like, none of these poses are making sense. But if it was like a, you know, a comic type of panel where, you know, they're separate panels showing their POVs, it's much more easier. But if it's not, and you have to showcase both of their faces along with their full body, it's a little bit tricky. I have to use 10% of my brain power to compose an illustration. I took an anatomy class in high school, and I learned two things. Everything kind of left my brain. I mean, yeah, most of the stuff that I learned in high school is pretty much gone. I remember that time trying to memorize. You know, I was a try-hard student back then. I was memorizing how DNA, or pretty much protein, how they're broken down and all that stuff. And, you know, trying to memorize the full term. I actually don't remember that much anymore. I think DNA is like dinucleotide, but I can't remember. Bro, I remember my dad hating and making fun of Russell Crowe singing when we first watched Les Miserables. He even nicknamed the movie as Les Miserables because he knows that there is someone that is a worse singer than himself. The thing is, Russell Crowe apparently wasn't even that bad at singing. The movie was just badly directed. Like, even Hugh Jackman wasn't even that bad at singing. But they wanted to make it so fucking dramatic, like, to the point that their process of making the movie has to be miserable also, I guess. And the one that ended up looking, you know, great at singing are the two couples, or the couples, but I forgot their name. But I do remember the woman was the one that played this one girl in Mean Girls, but I forgot her name was. Can't believe it. Can't believe I forgot the name. But yeah. Oh yeah, do you guys also remember The Greatest Showman? I fucking hated this movie, mainly because the song, I don't know which song that was, but it was playing everywhere. And it just it just tainted my view to The Greatest Showman forever. Like, oh my god, it's this song again. Is this fucking empowering kind of song, but it is played everywhere to the point that it's so annoying that I just straight up hated hearing the word "The Greatest Showman." It wasn't a bad movie. It was pretty fine. But after hearing the fucking song everywhere, I was just sick of it. I was just over it. The director of Les Miserables is the same director as Cats. Ah, yes, no wonder. Everything makes sense now. Everything is clicking. But yeah, it wasn't a bad movie, it was just poorly directed as a musical. It was kind of painful to hear Anne Hathaway sing, because all I hear was just sobbing. Like, yeah, this is like me for real when having a breakdown. But as a song, bro, come on. Please. Let me understand one word. And I kind of low-key hated the dramatization of it. Like, oh my god, look what she had to do for the role. A part of me kind of I kind of roll my eyes when it comes to this stuff. If you're driving your actors and actresses into like harsh conditions, justifying it as like, oh, this is just a way for them to like prepare for acting. I think there's a term for it. Method acting? Something like that. I'm just like, bro, that's their job. They have to pretend. Why do they have to like go through the real thing? I mean, I guess yeah, guess it brings more immersion, but at the same time, like, bro, they can just pretend. Was this an idea to make James Corden into a fat ass unfunny kid? And an accurate depiction of James Corden. What? He's supposed to be acting, you say? Oh, heck, that's one heck of an acting. Method acting there. The most surprising thing I learned about cats is the existence of cat schools, where it teaches you how to act like a cat. I think I shouldn't be surprised anymore because there's a lot more weird ass shit going on. I think this is the most tamest one, I guess, because I definitely have this gut feeling of like, yeah, there's probably a lot more worse than that. Especially when it comes to the existence of cults and shit. Director forced all of the actors to go to that cat school. Cats are weird. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Oh, hold up. I need my good old paint bucket tool. I know you can do like the traditional way, like, oh, hold up. I need to pick up the colors. You can do this, traditional way, but it just, I don't want to strain my hand, so I'm just gonna do this. I just lasso or just paint bucket tool. And it is faster. But hey, if you find it fun and therapeutic, why not? I feel like if you're in a much more painted kind of looking type of style, yeah, you're gonna do this much more often. But if not, yeah, you're just gonna do, or you just wanna make your coloring process a little faster, then you just go on all in with the lasso tool, or with just a paint bucket tool. Hollywood reminds me of a cult. Hollywood is a scam. The Oscars legit looks like a cult. Yeah, the Oscars are pretty much a mixed bag. People pretty much just view it as like rich people's, uh, you know, get together, and it doesn't feel like is a way of honoring films or uh artworks anymore or performances. Some still do put it as a high regard as such, but it has been a mixed bag. The only good thing that came out was the slap of 2022. Yes, slap, which pretty much skyrocketed the relevancy of the show or the ceremony. I notice you barely have layers. Oh, it's pretty tame right now because I'm only coloring the body right now. But once I go into the rendering and adding effects, it gets crazy. But I tried to make it simple. Basically, a base layer or a layer for me to like, what do you call this? Block, color block, a subject or a figure. I only typically use this for like the character or the body. But when it comes to effects and the rest, I just go with a base color, a shadow, and a highlight. And the shadow can go crazy or can have a lot of layers of multiplies or shadows. And there's gonna be a lot more layers for the highlights. But it breaks down to 3. Base, shadow, highlights, and that's it. But it does escalate. Once I'm in the layering or rendering process, my layers kind of gets out of control. But the basic idea is it's just a bunch of, base layers and multiplies and glow dodges or highlights. That's all it is. And again, I tend to not overcomplicate because my style isn't even that complicated either. If it was a painting kind of art style, yeah, the layers are gonna get out of control. Or much more hectic. I'm just gonna color pick. This brush isn't solid opacity, so I do have to like use it like a print brush. Or use my brushes to fill in. But that's pretty much fine because it's only like kind of tiny sections. And I can still use the paint bucket tool and just do the cleanup later. Am I be able to finish this illustration today? Who knows? I'm not sure myself either. Oh yeah, it's very nice. I wasn't able to see. Not gonna lie, I am so baffled that Kirby, the new the new Kirby game, The Forgotten Land, fucking Kirby games have better graphics than Pokemon. How? A fucking round character has better graphics than this shit. I know that Pokemon is like trying this technology of like making sure or reusing models because so that you can transfer your Pokemons into like different kinds of generation. A part of me is like, you know what? If this is a step for you to like fucking improve the graphics or the visuals of your game, fucking abandon this system. I know a lot of Pokemon fans are like gonna disagree to that because they love their fucking Pokemons. But my god, it is holding them back crazy. Man, Will Smith needs to connect the dots and ditch his abusive evil wife. And he still acts like Will Will simp. Oh yeah, I forgot that his wife is also responsible for the Cleopatra documentary. Yeah, I kind of don't get. I mean, I actually do get why he's still staying, but at the same time, you gotta pick up the backbone for this. Or I guess it's kind of hard to like sympathize for the guy because he's rich, and you know, empathy is kind of like shorthanded when it comes to rich people. You know, people are gonna say, "Oh wait, why can't you just leave her?" But if it's like any other guy, like, "Oh, he's emotionally manipulated. They can't help it. They've been abused." But if it was like a rich guy, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to sympathize, right? Like, bro, just leave, just divorce. But yeah, I do kind of find it bizarre that she's what's her name? Jada? Jada Smith or something? Is just telling terrible shit at will. Kirby games always find ways to make their shit good. Hell yeah. I'm I'm no longer a Pokemon fan. I'm gonna go back to Kirby. Pikmin 4 visually is better than Pokemon. But Pokemon Sun anime series always gets a fire animation. Yeah, the thing is, I back then as a kid, I was into the anime more rather than the games, which is I guess understandable. I didn't own the Game Boy back then. I didn't own shit back then. And I guess I also find the games boring. Again, I don't understand turn-based games back then. Like, wait, I just I just pick and choose and then that's it? That's the action? No way. I want to mash A button. I want to mash buttons. What do you mean? What do you mean it only uh requires minimal effort to play the game? Like I remember returning my Final Fantasy game. I forgot which Final Fantasy that was. It was the guy with, you know, that has the laughing meme. The iconic laughing scene. Final Fantasy X. Or is it 10? I remember buying that game and returning it because I didn't understand it. I'm like, wait, why am I not doing the action? What? I'm only gonna choose? And I thought it was broken. I then I thought it was broken. But in actuality, it was just working fine. I just didn't understand the game mechanics. Mind you, I was 10, or like somewhere around that age. I didn't like reading, as you can tell. Or just straight up didn't understand turn-based games. Alien Winds is the newest one, and wow, the camera angles, the visuals are incredible. Oh yeah, I just got Kirby Epic Yarn and Robo Kirby. Oh, I think I have Triple Deluxe by 3DS. Had way more fun than Pokemon Sun. Yeah, Kirby's the goat. Okay, I actually need to do the shadows now, but let me turn this into black. The reason why I turned this, color block into black is for me to fill in the potholes, as you can see over here. You can see that? Now gone. This is a very lazy way of coloring. But it's so fast, and I just stick with it. And besides, it's a personal art piece. I barely could give a fuck. I don't really polish that much of my personal artwork that much. There's no point. My personal artworks are my chance to fuck around and find out. I always thought your sound was complicated just looking at the complete stuff. Really? Me, it's very simplified. But then again, I am kind of holding myself back. If I wasn't holding myself back, I would have probably delved more into painting. But I was like, hey, let's just stick to an art style that's like quick, so we don't get bored. Quick enough, but at the same time, it still has a handful of enjoyment for me to like, enjoy the process a bit. Because the thing is, back then, before I committed to, I guess, to an art style, I was more into sketching. I deadass don't give a fuck about coloring and all that stuff. Nor was it illustrative. I wasn't even making illustrations. I was just deadass making sketches, and that's it. It only gotten to a point where I was like, okay, let's step up a little bit, and bit by bit, I get to this certain point. But I do notice that I did slow down. Or slow down my progression. Because yeah, I just want something quick and at least manageable enough for me to finish. Because that's what I'm used to. Most of my drawings back then are just like finish in only like an hour or so. But then again, my drawings back then were super simple. It barely has any rendering. It was just whip up a sketch, color it with, basic color palette, and that's it. Call it a day. But over time, I grew out like, okay, let's actually do some rendering. Bit by bit, I am kind of stepping up, and even perhaps discovering new niche kind of style, or discovering my niche. Making crazy poses, or using effects quite a lot. But overall, the process is still pretty much simplified. Lap in the colors and go crazy with the highlights. When you do rendering, it looks hard. Fire/water. Oh, it's just layers. The only reason why it looks complicated because of the layering. As you can see here, one layer, it just looks basic, right? But as you add more layers to the stuff, it's kind of like cake. More flavor it has. More layers. But it's still simplifying it. Like, if you're gonna add a layer on top, just focus on the shadows. Oh, you wanna add another layer to make it look rendered? Okay, this time just focus on the highlights. And then you just, add on and add on and add more. I'll delve into the effects later. Right now I just have to finish this shadows and stuff. Oh yeah, dynamic posing. I'm learning how to draw / how to do fight scenes. Oh. Honestly, at that point, when it comes to posings and stuff, I'm actually not quite sure which one you should go first, either anatomy or perspective, but I feel like you should go with perspective first. But then after that, you gotta deal with posing. When it comes to poses, you just need, like, yeah, just resort to Pinterest or something. Learn how body rotation works, and you'd be good to go. As long as you know the capacity on how much body parts can rotate, posing is gonna be it's gonna get easier. Not super easy on the get-go, but it will be easier. Or manageable, at least. Punching, person getting kicked, swords, and all that stuff. Just simple stuff right now. Oh, that's actually a good stepping stone. Bit by bit, you improve, basically. Start up simple, maybe one action, and the guy taking the hit. I guess it's a little bit jarring when you know, you gotten used to like drawing only one character, basically interacting with anything. And now you gotta learn how to like deal with multiple characters. It's like a nightmare. But once you get the hang of one, doing one, it's gonna get easier. It's just a matter of keeping, just the ball, keeping the ball rolling, really. Oh dang, it looks like our monthly DST won't have on him because he's busy with commissions and has a crisis with his mental state. Oh fuck. No, we didn't get a new person to join him because of it. Oh, look at that, ladies. Oh yeah, I'm also planning to like try out Breath of the Wild because everybody was going crazy on it. I know it's like, I don't know, 2 years too late for me. But the thing is, I have never been a Zelda fan. Never seen the appeal of it even back then. I do know like, I don't know, a few tidbits of the lore, but that's just because I was like watching game theory so much back in the days, to the point that I even watch theories about games I don't even play. And yeah, I wasn't that interested in Breath of the Wild because again, I wasn't super into open world games back then. And puzzles, I did not like puzzles. Although here's the thing, here's my take on puzzles on video games. I don't mind puzzles on video games, especially on action games. What I hate about, you know, adding puzzles to action games, like for example the God of War, I really hate the puzzles in God of War because it's not that rewarding. It's only like a fucking obstacle in the way of progression of the game. So it's basically, yeah, it's just in the way. And I know it's supposed to be like a calming part of the game, like, you know, taking a breather because there's too much action, maybe, stuff like that. And it's pretty natural to like have action games do this. but I don't like it because it's not rewarding. There's no point. I'm just gonna Google search this shit because it's only blocking the way. But if it was optional, you know, maybe there's like cool rewards in it. But you don't need the rewards. It's not a requirement. But you can. But yeah, I just wish puzzles were integrated better. Is that too much to ask? Reading manga and seeing 2 to 3 characters fighting at once, I'm like, how do you do this angle? Yeah, you gotta be creative with the angles and how they are positioned and how they are taking the hit or doing the hit or the action. Like, just compositing it, oh my god. You gotta deal with multiple characters at once. You gotta use your brain at this point. And you gotta make it look good also. Oh yeah, me and my brother has Skyward Sword and he got stuck on the second level, which led to my bro to not touching the game for 10 years. As until 2 weeks ago he randomly picked it and played it and finally beat the dungeon. Yep. That's very much like me also. I kinda stopped playing God of War 2 because of that one puzzle. I think it was like this one puzzle where you need to drag the bodies, which I guess doesn't really narrow it down because that's 50% of like, or 90% of the puzzle games in God of War. I just hated it. And YouTube wasn't a big thing back then, so I was like hard stuck. And I haven't touched my PlayStation after that. Play DMC. I'm actually low-key waiting if it's gonna get ported to the Switch. I know there's like I'm actually not sure how many DMC available on the PC. Now that you think about it, it's been a fucking while since I played on my computer. My Steam games, they're rotting in the dirt. But to be fair, my library here is pretty small, so. But yeah, most of the stuff that I played is pretty much just hack and slash. The Unga Bunga Goblin mode type of games. I think I need to readjust the eyes. It looks off when I'm zoomed out, but if I zoom in, it looks pretty fine. This is another thing to like take note of when drawing. You gotta zoom out, or else everything looks like shit. Oh yeah, I think there's a voting. There's elections going on in my town. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. Although I heard my parents complaining about it. Then again, nobody really takes boating here. That's seriously. It still doesn't look right. Okay, remove that. The face just looks off. That's it. But if I'm zoomed in again, it just looks fine. It looks okay. Oh, is my screen dirty? Jesus. I have to zoom out because it looks wrong when it zoom out. Probably turn this off also. Oh yeah, there's definitely some elections going on. And I think that we are about to have a fiesta festival. Fiesta. But then again, I'm really not that type of person to celebrate. I don't even celebrate my birthdays, man. I can barely remember what date it is. My body clock got so fucked up by the pandemic that it still feels like it's 2017. Like, I still couldn't believe that it's gonna be like what? 2025 or 2024? Oh, I think I see what's wrong. Hold up. I thought you were going to talk about Minecraft mob boat. Because people are hating. I have not heard a single thing about Minecraft anymore. I'm not even that into Minecraft. Again, not into open world survival shit. Open world, maybe. Exploring it, sure. Survival, nah. I could barely survive in real life. What more it is? What more do you think I could do in it in fucking video games? No, I forgot what channel called. I am gonna lower it for a bit, like that. So it's not too contrasted. This looks better now? Kinda, yeah. I forgot, did you have a PS4? Cause DMC 3 to 5 is there and on Steam. Nah, I don't have any more consoles or home consoles. I don't use their TV, that's the thing. That's why I couldn't justify buying a dedicated console or a dedicated home console. That's why I'm much more into portable stuff. And also, our living room is shit. We don't. We have a living room, but our TV is at the. Is at the. You know. At our dinner thingy. There's the chairs, and there's the TV, and it's like a bunch of stockpiles roaming around on in the way, so it's not the most comfortable place to play in. And I don't want to buy a TV because again, our house is uh very vulnerable to like power outage. So buying a portable device is just much more practical and just makes much more sense. And it floods here, so and people talk shit about me. Okay. Once when I bought a fucking I don't know. When I bought the Switch, people are baffled like, why are you buying video games? $50 for a game? Are you serious? I'm like, yeah, I'm also in disbelief, but I have no choice. This is how gaming industry works now. And again, live in a I live in a province. Having a hobby is like a baffling concept here, it seems. The only hobbies you can get here, I guess, is playing basketball if you're a guy. But if you're a girl, I don't know. What fucking hobbies do you get? It's a very boomer-esque generation here. And the only gaming they know is mobile gaming. And that's why I have no friends. I have no friends in this town. Most of my friends are like in different towns. And funny enough, my town isn't worse. It gets worse for me. Okay, I gotta fix the eyes. Hold up. I'll probably try to check it out on PC instead. Because yeah, games look terrible on the Switch. Man, it feels like I'm playing on a glorified... The fucking phone graphics are better than this. I think my Samsung phone looks better. The games looks better on the phone. Man, is the Switch 720p? I think it's 1080, but it feels like it's on 720. That's why it still looks pixelated, or it looks jarring on a bigger screen. Oh, the computer's lagging. Anyways, I gotta do this type of thing, which I recently learned. Just basically add a blush. Right, that. I think it matters on where you put them, but I'm like, I'm just gonna put it on like, I don't know, the edges of the character. It doesn't. Yeah, I need to. The tree. There we go. I am gonna add another one. It's me layering. It's like making a sandwich. Oh yeah, people really like the lore in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Which, honestly, I can agree to. But then again, it wasn't really that much of, I guess, a big thing to top off, because Sword and Shield's story was pretty ass. Nobody even fucking remembers this story. So making a better story than it wasn't really a big stepping stone. Yeah, hold up. Someone's calling. Okay, I'm back. Where was I? Oh, Pokemon stores. There we go. I'm actually surprised there are some people uh doesn't like the story in Generation 4. Basically, you know, Sinnoh region. I guess I'm biased because Platinum. Yeah, I'm pretty much biased when it comes to Platinum, despite not finishing it because I got tired of grinding. But it is one of the. It's actually not my first Pokemon game, but it is the first Pokemon game that I actually put time into. My first Pokemon game was fucking Pokemon X, which has like I don't even know the story. The story was pretty much mid, I think. Again, they handled it better in the anime, basically. And I don't think it's the first time they tried to make a compelling story. I think they made it around around Sun and Moon, or or at the second or the sequel, Older Sun and Moon. But yeah, Sword and Shield's story wasn't very good. It just doesn't make sense. What? In 1,000 years we're gonna have a power crisis? Literally an age where I'm not barely alive? I'm like, bro, are you? I know I have paranoia issues, but my god. Like, I know people has like anxieties towards the future and stuff like that, but holy crap, my dude, you have you take the cake. But but it's a shame. It's just a shame because I really like the character designs in Pokemon Sword and Shield. Actually, they kind of don't fail at character designs. Not gonna lie. Well, I guess except for Pokemon X and Y. The chairman was talking like a just stomp oil activist. Bro, it's in 1,000 years. You're not gonna be alive at that point. Silence. We have to diversify our power distributions and our power sources. Now, I think the character design in Scarlet and Violet look off. Oh yeah, I also had that impression, but the character designs that looks off is the characters that were bullied, I think. Spoiler, I guess. I think it was like, what was it? Grunts called there? Team Star in Scarlet and Violet. I mean, the premise is that they were bullied, or they were being made poking fun of. And the most typical things on why people are getting bullied is because of their looks. So, lore-wise, I guess it makes sense, but it does look off. Like, it kind of doesn't feel like it's from Pokemon, you know what I mean? The main character designs just look too basic for me. The main characters? So basic the manga tried to do a redesign. Which main characters, though? And yeah, I didn't like some of the... I guess it's a mixed bag. I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. There are banger designs of Pokemons in every generations. And there's, you know, that one fucking Pokemon design that is just, why are you even here? Basically a filler to the Pokedex. Oh, I mean the player characters. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's gonna look shit with the graphics. I really don't like the art direction. They really just cannot get the graphics right. I know I shouldn't be too demanding because, oh, it's in the Switch. The Switch runs like shit. Yeah, but after seeing Kirby, you have no excuses. Like, fucking Kirby has cinematics. Like, how? How can you... What is going on? And I know for sure you're like a bigger franchise than Kirby. Like, come on now. But at this point, yeah, people are pretty much over it, I guess. Like, yeah, we're not gonna get a good looking game from Pokemon. People are just done with the bargaining at that point. Like, they're done with the grievances. They're just pretty much at the acceptance of, like, yeah, it's gonna look shit. And at that point, they're just wishing for the bare minimum. Just please, just open. Just play. Please. You don't even need to look good. But yeah. Game Freak needs to, like, man, just have Bandai Namco or any gaming company to work on her games. Do the lazy route, like, I don't know. I'm actually surprised they haven't done the lazy route. I mean, they did with, you know, BDSP. They did that. But I'm more surprised they don't do it to the, you know, over the top. Much like how, what do you call this? What was that gaming company again? Fuck, I forgot. Blizzard, there we go. Which is pretty much do the concept, but the whole uh development of the game is done by someone else. I guess they have been doing that, but I guess they just don't do it to, like, to a severe degree. Oh yeah, did you hear about the Pokemon Adventures manga? Is this the manga where it's so intense? I've only seen someone talking about it for a few minutes, but I haven't delved too deep about it. Because actually, that's one of the franchises, or part of the franchise, that I haven't consumed. I have tried out the cards, but I didn't play it. Because, again, I don't understand card games. I don't like reading. But I did collected cards back in the days. I don't even know if they were legit. They're probably fake. But oh well. The spirit was there. My heart was in the right place. I only gotten into the games recently, and what actually pulled me in was the anime when I was a kid. So never the manga because again, I didn't like reading. Yeah, Pokemon's getting cut in half. Yeah, I really like how the story is told in the manga. Gen 3 storyline was the favorite. Ruby and Sapphire story was the best rated one. I mean, pretty much everyone regarded as one of the best. Emerald? Yeah. But I ended up liking, their third version of it, Emerald, Platinum. Because I know they're like, the updated version. Oh, I mean the manga version. Oh, gotcha. The love story in it was pretty good, not too cringy. Oh yeah, I forgot that love stories was a thing in Pokemon. I think the one that the fans dislike is Gen 4. I think, was it Gen 6 was the one that is one-sided. But then again, I only remember a few bits of it from the anime. I barely remember that much about the anime anymore. Because again, I was a kid. Oh, hold up. I erased too intensely. Gotta undo that. Love Story was so well liked they added it in the Horus game. Damn, really? I know we should. Yeah, I really should finish that game. But people dislike it for some reason. They disliked it in Generation. Mainly because of one thing, I think. Was it the Battle Frontier thingy? Something like that. And that's it. That's the only reason why they hated it. Or why they hated that remake. And honestly, man, the fans took it for granted. Now we get shitty remakes like BDSP. Too faithful of the remake. Heck, even Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee was a pretty good remake. I actually like those remake. Because you can ride the Pokemons. You can interact with your fucking Pokemons, man. An astounding feature. But I think people hate it again because of post-game content. But yeah, we finally reached the bottom pits. The Pokemon remakes. It gone from decent to just straight up trash. But of course, people are still gonna play. I honestly bought the game. I haven't played it, but because it's still not delivered. And I bought it for like a dirt cheap price. I am not I was not paying it for full price. Only because I wanted a shiny Rayquaza. I'm gonna shiny hunt for a Rayquaza and a shiny Giratina. Basically shiny hunting. That's the only purpose. I can add the highlights on top of the, what do you call this? The inked part, so I have to do this. It's like a sandwich. You're adding more layers. Oh yeah, you can shiny hunt Rayquaza in Aura. I'm so pissed about it. Oh yeah, it's shiny locked, isn't it? Because they pretty much gave it to you, so it's... Yeah, I was pretty much bummed about it also in Arceus that I couldn't shiny hunt on specific legendaries. And it sucks because there are some legendaries that looks really, really cool in shiny. But nope, I guess you can get a shiny Garchomp, I guess. Oh yeah, I saw, I think it was a fan-made shiny. They just basically made, uh... They made Gengar white. And honestly, that is like a sick... That is a sick shiny. Basically making him like a ghost. An actual fucking ghost. And I wish his shiny was like that. I would actually give a shit about Gengar. His shiny is so lame. It's just an off-colored Gengar. I think they tried to fix it on the new gen. You could barely see it, man. Shiny hunting Rayquaza is so weird. In our world, there's a glitch where you can't shiny hunt Rayquaza unless you run away from it. Exit out of the tower and then go back to where Rayquaza is. Oh, so it is within the game. Like in motivation, I feel that. Yeah. I'm trying to cope with it by making personal drawings at the moment, but nah, I still lack motivation. Still tired, still dead inside. What is going on? I can't tell it's because I'm on my period, and I just generally have a low energy most of the time. But it is kind of getting worrisome for me, I guess. Because if I get sick of drawing, it's really bad. Because if I'm sick and tired of drawing, I am sick and tired of drawing, and I would do everything to avoid drawing. Every instinct is for me to just get out. Get out from it. That's why it's a little concerning. piece is looking real good right now, though. Thanks. Yeah, it's... I guess it's because it's planned. I did have, like, a rough sketch prepared for it before I complete the illustration. But I still feel tired. The drawings are fine, it's just my motivation. I think it's seasonal depression for me. October and November are just not good months. I guess so. I tend to also lack motivation around these months. And also, I get to be really sleepy. It's cold season. I want to sleep. And unfortunately, I thought playing video games would help. But nah, even when playing video games, I'm just like, bro, this is kind of depressing right now. What the fuck? What is my purpose? You know, nothing like a good old douse of existential crisis coming back to haunt you. Like, oh my god, what are we gonna look like 10 years from now? We can't afford a house. We're in an economic crisis, Mary. What are we gonna do if we're 30, Mary? But you know, it happens. You know, just a regular old Tuesday. You know what I mean? That time of the month again. Nothing like a good old fear-mongering self. Don't doubt. To greet you at the mornings. But I guess it's just a natural thing. Or just my mood shifting really, really quick. Because that's the thing about me. One time I'll probably like in existential dread, but then after a couple of minutes, I'm just gonna be like, oh look, a Pokemon. Oh look, this guy making funny memes. It just do be like that, okay? Need motivation? Play DMC's Virgil. Play the DMC soundtrack. Gonna completely fill you up with motivation. This guy looks like has a receding hairline. Let's fix that. I just noticed it. Oh yeah, do you still have commissions open? Yep, I think so. I think I have one slot still available. Oh god. Oh my god, please Windows, do not crash. But yeah, if you guys are like curious or want to reach out for commissions, just reach out to my emails. I'm very sorry for those who are reaching out through my DMs, but I cannot answer through DMs anymore because I don't like the DMs. I don't like Instagram. I don't like hovering around in Twitter. Especially the news that I think Twitter needs to, or we need to pay in order to use Twitter. Even in the most basic features is fucking weird. Yeah, I think we need to pay $1 a year. I'm not sure if it's a year or a month in order to use even the most just basic functions of Twitter. I think it's like not a bot feature of Twitter. Oh, do you have a link for prices? Oh, you could just reach out to my emails and I could just show it to you. Or send you like photos of it, but I think it's on my Instagram. I can't open my Instagram right now on my computer. Not current users, or at least I hope that's not the case. Only for brand new users. I hope so. Because if not, that is toxic as hell. And pretty much a breaking point for me. Like, okay, I'm definitely not using this social media anymore. If Twitter dies or completely became unusable for me, I would probably resort to TikTok, which sounds super blasphemous because I don't use TikTok at all. Yes, I'm one of the people who haven't used TikTok just yet. Because I know that my distraction or my attention span is gonna get completely worse if I do that. But I'm not gonna do that yet. Because I don't like TikTok. But yeah. I'll only do that if Twitter completely becomes unusable. It kind of sucks though, because Twitter is like... It's fairly good to get noticed as an artist. But also pretty much fucking terrible to be an artist in. Because everybody's so sensitive there. But then again, it really depends on which section you are in. If you get to like gone into a section where people are just, you know, vibing, then it's okay. You pretty much hit the jackpot of social media. But if not, you're gonna get terrible ones. Just adding more contrast to the lines because it's looking a little too thin for me. Or contouring it, as a way to call it. I personally don't use TikTok, so I have no idea what's going on in there. Let's go, fellow non-TikTok viewers. Are you going to use the trendy audio clips? Yeah, I'll probably conform to the trend, which is terrible because I hate it. I'm not gonna lie, I hate conforming to certain trends because I just hate it. And again, I'm very not super into social media. It's weird because I'm in Instagram. I post artworks there. And yeah, then there are times that I do, uh, you know, ride along with the trends, but not all the time. I kind of still don't like some trends. Heck, sometimes I don't pay attention that much. Or I guess I'm one of those late bloomers. Like, for example, in Arcane, it was like trending for like months, and then after it died down, I finally started watching the show. And I got into it once it was already too late. But I can't help it, that's the way I work. Just let me discover it on my own pace. Please. I don't. And the thing is, it's not like that sort of trend of like using popular audio clips or audio is not exclusive to TikTok. It also works at Instagram also. Yeah, Instagram has been pushing everybody to like do reels. You really want to get big engagement numbers. But recently I tried to like convince myself to not be too entangled when it comes to numbers, because I know it's just adding another form of misery in my life. And again, I somewhat kind of have this big disconnect when it comes to uh in social media or online or versus offline. You know, the way I present myself online is mm, obviously gonna be different from how I navigate things offline. And personally should focus on the latter. But yeah, it does kind of, not gonna lie, it does kind of comes across as preachy, kind of preachy like, oh guys, it's not about the numbers, just be appreciative of yourself. Like, nah, let's not be fooling ourselves. We like fucking validation. We like a fucking attention. It just so happens that I guess it just depends on the dosage. We like attention, but not too much. Number goes up, so does dopamine. Yeah, like, let's not lie to ourselves here. It only gets toxic, I guess. The only reason why, because I have to like set a clear line, like, hey, don't fucking rely your happiness onto this one section of your life, because obviously that's stupid. And not to mention, it really heavily relies on your luck. But let's be for real here. It's not. Yeah, the quality of what you're posting online is a factor to it. But let's be for real. It's, or at least to my experience, a lot of it has to do with the luck. Some posts does not get attention at all, and it's not like the quality is vastly different. There are some that is like dip down in quality, but heck, it's still super inconsistent. There's like sketches of mine that are like pretty much half-assed but still garnered attention, which also baffles me still. Like, and questioning it is not gonna be worth it. Or taking it too seriously is not gonna be worth it. It's just gonna be a waste of time, basically. And just not that worth bothering about. Okay, I need to remember how the tattoos goes here. Should I just go with a pure black tattoo? Oh, it's too clear. Also, if I order a commission, I'm only allowed to order one, right? Not multiple? Or is it slot per person? If it's like separate characters, you can reserve a slot if you want. I can make up. Or I can reserve a spot for that. But yeah, I only work in one character at a time. In one illustration. But if it's a illustration that is like, for example, uh it's composed of two characters interacting with each other or just featuring each other. That could also work. Oh, that's the wrong layer setting. Send you an email right now and probably have whatever you need. Perhaps send stuff by tomorrow. Alright, thanks my dude. Okay. It's a little hard to draw the tattoos because I'm already drawing it on top of the skin. And the sketch that I have is not helpful. Super rough, as you can see. But I do remember it has these waves here. Which is somewhat iconic on Japanese style tattoos. Which I really like that aesthetic of. I think I need to redraw. His eyes doesn't look right to me. His eyes doesn't really look right to me. What the heck? I'll probably go to bed now since it's late. So good night everyone. Thanks for coming my dude. Oh yeah, if you guys in case you're gonna miss out the stream or want to rewatch the whole thing, don't worry, I'll be re-uploading the whole thing at my YouTube channel. Or the bonds are gonna be saved here at Twitch for a bit. Using the wrong brush again, no wonder. Oh dang, maybe I should have asked for reserve slots. Okay, I don't want to be a hole in hogging all of your slots. Nah, it's alright. Doesn't look right still. Nothing looks right to me. See, this is why it's getting dangerous. It's nothing feels right, nothing looks right. Gonna add another. God, how many multiplies? We're gonna add this guy. Oh, he does have eyeshadow. I forgot. We're gonna Yasify him. I know I'm gonna. I don't look like getting distracted. Because I should have been in. Should have been adding. Uh. Like tattoos by now. Okay, back to this. Just finished the recent One Punch Man chapter, and the new monster news is killing me. I haven't read. God, I haven't read the fucking manga either. Not even fucking Chainsaw Man, I haven't read. But the funny thing is, I don't even follow Jujutsu Kaisen all that much. Because I'm not even super into Jujutsu Kaisen. I only like one character. But no, I get all the updates in Jujutsu Kaisen. Because everybody else in my fucking Facebook is reading it. And sharing spoilers. And I don't mind the spoilers, honestly. It just so happens why Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm gonna add just random patterns, honestly. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated. I think that's the thing about Japanese style kind of tattoos. They're really just reoccurring simple patterns. But then again, simple patterns in tattoos aren't really, I would say, easy to deal with. Especially geometric ones. You want me to draw a geometric shape on your flesh? Nah. Oh yeah, honestly, a part of me back then was like, if all things fails, if all of our plan like fails, like maybe I can find a career or fucking job or something. Let's just be a tattoo artist as like some sort of last resort. But I have no clue how the tattoo industry works in here in the Philippines. I do know that it's not as strict as in Korea. I think you need to be a fucking doctor in order to be a tattoo artist there. I do know it's not that strict there. But I have no clue how to get in to that type of industry. Because back then I was like designing tattoos for my friends. Or for my classmates and homies and shit. Because, you know, I'm that girl. I'm the one who knows to draw. So they approach me and fucking ask me to draw on their bodies for some fucking reason. I looking back to it right now, I'm like astonished on how much trust they have to me. OPM is uh getting memes because of the redrawn chapters, because people notice the patterns with Yusuke Murata redrawing the chapters, because he wants to bring the monster girls back to life. A man of culture. I mean, I can't blame him. Reason why we draw something over and over is because we like it. Damn, I have no idea about tattoos. I mean, the same. But back then, I was really trying. Like, okay, you need this tool, and this tool goes that way. This is how this tool works. You have to dip it, like some sort of dip pen. And yeah, the thing is, I still have no clue. Is there like a school for this? Is there, I don't know, do you need a certificate? What are the steps? Do I just walk into the fucking store and like, hey, I can draw, please hire me? Because again, I was a kid, and you know, I guess the number one what concerns about a teenage at my teenage years is like what fucking path I need to go to. Because nothing else is important. And you know, just pressuring myself. Like any cool Asian kid out there. But then I realized, and you know what, making tattoos isn't for me. Drawing without erasing? Are you kidding me? And I have to be responsible for someone else's body? Nah. Although, to be fair, tattoos are pretty fucking expensive. I guess it depends on the quality. Really depends on the artist and who's you're approaching to. I tried it out in an OC and I failed. Adding tattoos? I mean, I can't blame you. Kinda like wrapping a character with something. Either looks like shit or just covered in mud. 2 chapters ago, he brought back Mosquito Girl back to life. Isn't this just, you know, a regular thing in One Punch Man? The villain just came back to life. Or they just got severely injured. And just changed their way of life because of Saitama. Not gonna lie, that kind of makes sense, though. That Saitama can't fucking kill anybody, but he can fucking injure you to the shit. To the shit. To the point that you reconsider your choices. And then in one redrawn chapter, he retconned an entire fight to save this electric geisha lady and lizard lady from dying, and even gave electric geisha with a new design that is sort of sassy. I thought this was just a normal thing in One Punch Man. Because, yeah, villains just, you know, they're just back, but they have reconsidered their choices. Nah, he just chopped out the old chapter and redrawn it. What? So he just did it because he was bothered by it? Bro, that couldn't be me. If the drawing is done, the drawing is done. I'm not coming back to it. Absolute mad lad. Or maybe it just like redrawing shit. Who knows? Now this could have been easier if I just draw the thing in a separate layer. Just reshape it to the flesh, but nah. Telling you, the only reason he chops out the old chapter with a redraw because he wants to save his monster girls. Doing everything he's doing everything he can. He's a man in the mission. Dedicated on saving her waifus. I'm convinced this is like the One Piece author. He's addicted to drawing. I mean, it is their entire job. Not gonna lie, I do find it jealous on how people can, you know, just pretty much fall in love with the idea of drawing. To me, I don't know, I am just resentful, I guess. Because there was a time that I was pretty much just resentful of drawing. Like, fuck this, I'm not doing this. And then here I am. I'm pretty much back and forth in things. I think you could tell. Making decision. Ew, what is that? Like, how dare you? I kind of find it jealous to other people that, you know, view it as just a passion, basically. And of course, there are people who say that, you know, of course, you could also be sick of it, but can also be passionate about it. It's just a phase. But I guess what I'm jealous about is like they never view it. They never resent it, basically. Because I can assure you that I could easily be resentful towards this thing, towards this activity. And I think I should also emphasize that this type of resentment is not the same kind of like resenting what you make. Like there are some people that just straight up hate what they're making or what if they or the artworks that they've done. I don't think it's similar to that fashion. I mean, yeah, there are pieces of drawing that I don't like, but it's not to that certain point to be too bothered by it. Not quite. I don't think it has reached that point of level just yet. Or the resentment of the whole thing. Oh, you hate your artwork? Oh no, I just hate drawing in general. What the fuck do you mean? I hate the whole thing. What do you mean? I don't just hate just one thing. But that's why it feels so strange where I'm just like, oh, it's calm. I don't hate it. It feels fine. I don't completely oogling about it like, oh, I love this. Oh, that vibes. not over the top. And it just ended up feeling weird. Wait, I don't hate it? Wait, I don't have an extreme opinion about it? We're doing okay? What? Oh yeah, did you hear about what happened to SSS Sniper Wolf? I keep hearing this name, and I'm still surprised that it's still relevant. Or she's still relevant. Because she has been controversial even way back, right? And now that she's back with another controversy or whatever the fuck it is, I think she doxed someone, Jax Films. Not all too informed about the situation because I really could not give a fuck. And honestly, at this point, I'm even surprised. Why does this chick has a platform still? I guess I shouldn't be surprised actually because it is being run by Sims. Yeah, she goes to the cancer patient that wanted to talk to her on the Wish. That's the thing though, she has been into way too many fucking controversies, even back in the day. And people are only noticing it now, or what? And let's be for real here, it's YouTube. Oh yeah, do you guys know about the ad block thing? I hate that. I know the ads are like what is running this industry, but holy crap. I don't mind it if it's like ads that, you know, something I would be interested about. But no, all the fucking ads that I've been getting are like, oof, you know, not relevant. And just atrocious. You know those shitty mobile ads? Yeah, those. It's atrocious, man. Became a bit more crazy just now because YouTube has just changed their rules on doxing so that they won't ban Sniper Wolf, and people are mad. Oh my god, she's getting the Twitch. She's getting the Twitch. What do you call this? Privilege. God, I didn't even know fucking YouTube has rules for this. I guess they, you know, it makes sense because they are in industry, service, yada yada yada. But changing the terms is right at the moment of this scenario. At this point, I feel like they're just dodging bullets. And it's YouTube we're talking about. Come on. Are we surprised? But honestly, it's kind of a mixed bag. Or, how do I say this? It's more like, for example, if you're a publisher, right, you have to monitor what the fuck your creators are doing. But at the same time, You're nothing but the publisher, but you still bear the consequences of this creator, but also your own. Basically, this whole situation boils down into, I guess, YouTube being hypocritical. Hey, Yon, and welcome. But they should jump Sniper Wolf now because she's bleeding subs and views because people in her fans found out that she isn't the nicest person. And yeah, even just by the content that she's producing, dude, aren't there a lot of violation? I know she makes a lot of violation. Because again, she's really yeah, it's always been controversial even back in the days. So I'm only, surprised on how people are still not caught up to this. And I don't think it's only the doxing. I think you have pretty much an adequate amount of reasons to drop her. Or at least have some sort of form of, what do you call this? Accountability as a platform. But at least her sponsors realized she's a nice person and they dropped her. I guess sponsors are the one that pretty much rules YouTube. They are the ads. And they are the ones that brings money on the platform. And what gives money creator. Not really YouTube. G Fuel even deleted her original flavor from their site. Are you surprised she even rose back to the dead or something like that? But then again, it is the internet. People are quick to forget. Has anybody actually tried G Fuel? Oh, it's a weird question to ask, but do they even ship in the Philippines? G Fuel Philippines. It's probably gonna be fucking expensive here because it's an import. And there's kind of no point in buying it. Well, it's on Amazon, but I don't use that. Oh, there is. It won't be bought online. And it's expensive, of course. Why is she even getting sponsored from G Fuel when she isn't even a game? That's what I've been saying. She's like, she became relevant by faking stuff, right? And other creators knows about this. She knows that she's been like, she doesn't have a good rep back then, and even today, it seems. It's a good question. Who even drinks G Fuel? I keep hearing they're the best sponsor to get, but the thing is, I never seen or known anyone that drinks G Fuel. I think they're a protein shake, but I protein shakes it doesn't work on me. Guess it's because I don't work with the weights. Well, I can't because there's no gym here. I don't have proper equipment. There's no point. But I don't even think gym rats are like using G Fuel. The only one I've seen, the gym rats are using whey. How you pronounce it? That whey protein supplement. And never G Fuel. I don't see them use G Fuel. But then again, it could be because it's uncommon here. Don't really get a lot of we don't really get a lot of merch from other creators at this fucking section of the planet. It can't have nice things. Yeah, her ex-husband does the gaming, and she asks, is she getting sued by her husband? I actually forgot. Her ex-husband? First, I'm gonna trace this. I don't wanna bother. Fire and Ghost is concept is cool though. Made this fire much more cooler. But it doesn't activate unless it's fighting. So you can't see it all. I've never seen anyone use G Fuel outside memes. Yeah, that's the thing. I've only seen, I don't know, Reddit users posting for camera, I guess, or attention. Or really just avid collectors of merch. I'm gonna put this behind. I'm gonna put some stuff in front later. Her ex-husband is suing her and she's trying to avoid it and pretend like it doesn't exist. Which isn't a good thing if we learn from the Tic-Tac psychic that tried to avert her lawsuit ended up fleeing the country because of it. God damn. But then again, fuck around and you find the prizes. Can't even talk. Oh, I just realized we've almost been. What time is it? Where am I? It's been 4 hours. It's almost been 4 hours. And I haven't rendered this flames. God dang it. Like, hopefully she ends up like Johnny Somali. Because after he got arrested, Japan is trolling the dude and re-arrested him. And is detaining him so that his travel visa would get expired. Oh boy. Number one thing you don't want to do in Asia is get arrested. Surprising, I know. A great tip. But for real though, is he in jail or is he in prison? Apparently it's different. Jail is apparently different from prison. Which I guess makes sense. One is basically just a detention. And the other one is the worst one. More scary suit. Sorry, I'm getting quiet because I drawing taking a while. Need to finish it actually. Turns out the reason why Japan doesn't arrest him because they're letting him do stupid shit so that they can stock up his charges. They're stranding. They're they're staking up their attack. I mean, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. But then again, what the fuck was he expecting? Let's be for real here. Is he live stream his crimes? He's not gonna have a fun time. For every charges that they stocked up means another 23 days of detainment. Which then leads to his trial and prison time. Well, guess that will be the last of gonna hear from him. Which I guess, thank God. Because I don't think he was the first one who does that type of dumb shit. I think there was another kid that does it. That does live stream of making pranks and shit. In a somewhat similar fashion. Just one of his charges is 3 years in prison, but no one knows about his other charges, so we don't know his full sentence. Because the thing about some charges, you could just pay it out. It's a very common strat here in Asia. I forgot which one was worse. Was it prison or was it jail? Because the other one is just pretty much detention, right? Boy, need to move you else. Actually, you just go here. Guys, instead. If my Eclipsia pink bond that is. Yeah, that's why the Japanese detective was talking up the charges, so he can't use his travel visa. He really wants this guy in prison. All according to plan now. They were playing for the long game. For the long run. Oh, it's red. Just realized. Let's make it purple for a bit. For right now. The moment. You like Yagami Dum is. Grab the potato chip needed. I never thought I would take up this long to draw this shit. Must be because of the... But then again, I am pretty slow when streaming. Oh, hold on. It's getting dark. Turn my lights on. And hold up, let me take away my fan. I'm at the... It's that season again. Where I easily get a cold. use a different G pen. Oh yeah, did you know that his fan base literally scrambled and ran away from his Discord? It really just baffles me that this type of people even has fans. But then again, it's probably similar or like-minded people just compiling each other, which tends to be the case. Or just people just want to fucking find out. So I guess I should be surprised that fan base would be probably degenerates, similar to him. Discord is now a ghost now with all of its moderators deleting their accounts, with the last person in the server keeping it and is trying to sell it. Guys, here are all the evidences. And apparently a spy said the server is the most racist shit that has ever been. I mean, I guess, again, not that surprising. Like-minded people compiling. Or one of those, yeah, the spy. Was really just there to snitch on the on the server in case something is fucked up is going on. Oh yeah, I'm just outlining right now. This is a very optional. Part of the process. I just like doing it. Because it makes the effects pop out. Just found this Jonas and Molly is the same age as me. What the hell? Really? They're called IRL streamers, right? I cannot imagine a life like that. Or maybe it's because I never film. Yeah, it's just hard to imagine. Typically, when we see someone filming at a public space, or when I see someone filming at a public space, I'm just like, oh god, right? Because there is an ongoing epidemic of like people picturing strangers alone in a public space and like cooking up a fucking story about it. Now, pretty much billboards your face all over the internet with the most fake ass story ever. And I hate that. Japan is considering the ban era in real life streaming because of the dumbass. But the problem is that there are IRL streamers in their citizens that are very nice. Yeah, that's the thing though. That kind of sucks. I'm honestly surprised that it even exists because, you know, from what I've known, filming in public, any form of filming in public, is a big no-no in Japan. And I wish it was the same here. Fuck people. Seriously. just leave us alone. Cause yeah, the cloud epidemic, the cloud chasing epidemic here is wild. Like people want to be TikTokers and YouTubers more than anything else here. But I don't think they're gonna ban it. I think that, again, the thing when it comes to this stuff is just adding protocols. Protocols that make sense, of course. Because there are times that protocols are like completely bullshit. And where was he streaming? Was he streaming at Twitch? Does this not, what even are the guidelines anymore? Hey, Glitch Revenant, welcome. Yeah, it's just a consideration, so hopefully not full ban. It was streaming on Kick. Oh. But that's barely any different. Oh yeah, was there like controversy? Was it even a controversy? I'm actually not sure. Some that is like involving XQ. Was it XQC? I forgot. I never watched the guy because I know if I watch him, I'm also gonna get influenced and I'm gonna stutter 10 times more. Or I may have a stroke listening to him. He got banned on Twitch. Well, I guess there's that. But there are, I guess, the Wild West of streaming services, where like banned or blacklisted content creators, I guess, are like going into. But usually those streaming sites are like pretty sketchy, riddled with bots, just basically overall not safe. Because yeah, they're very much more lenient to their rules. Kind of like a vanilla version of like, what do you call it? The black market or something. I never liked any streamers that they got their start from Fortnite. They always struck me as way too cringe. I mean, yeah, that's the thing about. I'm even baffled to the point that how this Fortnite is like a huge thing. Because the thing is, I don't think Fortnite was a huge thing here. PUBG is a big thing here, but you know, people moved on, went to the next big thing. I think people just like playing COD Mobile here instead. But never Fortnite. That's why it always baffles me. We don't speak of Ninja. But yeah, a lot of them are ends up being pretty cringe. I didn't even know they were from Fortnite. XQC, actually, I never knew that they were from Fortnite. I just fucking thought they were just a React channel. And that's it. But hey, I guess I can't deny. Can't deny the cash flowing. Comes to Fortnite. I should really fix this brush. You guys can see it's like producing this ugly line where it's like that. It just instantly became thin. That's on me because I haven't fixed this brush. I miss Twitch when it was just called Justin TV. Times were simpler back in the day. Now it's just a bunch of, I don't know, bathtub girls, I guess. Yeah, my Twitch recommendation, it's absolutely trash. But then again, I don't really visit that much here. Okay, I really gotta ramp up some things here. That might be quiet for a few minutes. Cause it's getting late. And I'm still not rendering. Still outlining. But I think it's fine. Actually, it's been a while since I've been taking my time. So, what you drawing? Oh, I'm just turning Typhlosion into like a character design. Or into a humanoid version. Basically, I'm making this... I guess it's a series now, I guess. Where I basically pick out a reference or Pokemons as my reference. Or an inspiration to make characters out of. Damn, I just rewatched Arcane's first episode. It feels so good listening to something so good. After watching nothing but crap all year. Yeah, at this point, it's kind of hard to watch new things. But yeah, I just been watching or rewatching stuff that I've been, has always been my favorites. Like, for example, K-On! Is probably the most recent. Oh yeah, Dress Up Darling also. I've also watched that one. Or rewatched it. Yeah, just old anime that was already my favorites. Much more better to rewatch good old stuff rather than watching something new. Which is a sad period for this year. Now that I think about it, this year was kinda meh. Like, I don't know, there's not really a lot to... Not really a lot interesting that happens this year. Or maybe I'm just very disconnected to reality now. Feel nothing, just disassociate. My ADHD is getting crazy again. Listening to the stream, drawing a sketch, and listening to Arcane in the background. I mean, same. When I'm working on commissions, I tend to have like multiple streams going on. Even when I'm playing a game in my Switch. I need to have a video running at my at the background, or else I'm going crazy. I can't be alone with my thoughts. This feels wrong. The silence is painful. I want to get someone to do a full-on drawing of my D&D character colors, and I got a Twitch streamer friend to do a rough draft, which came out good, but with the full package, it's gonna be good, like... Oh yeah, I was considering, like, maybe opening up, like, sketch commissions. Just the sketch, because I really do miss that period of my time where I was just sketching, never illustrating. Because it was a significant period, I guess, or a phase of my drawing. Of my drawing phase. Because it was also a learning period. Not only was it a therapeutic style, but it was just also fun. Okay, that's enough for the line art. I really need to get a D&D group going or find one. You're talking to someone right now who's talking to you guys in chat, wondering about D&D group, watching YouTube and listening to heavy metal at the same time. ADHD and all this unite. I don't need silence. I don't need peace. I need entropy. I need chaos unraveling before my very eyes. But yeah, I really can't stand it. I can't stand on the silence anymore. I need to listen to something, or else I can't get into it. Actually, I think I'll set this to multiply. Oh, not this one. Need a different layer. Too dark though, that's for sure. See, the screw up thing here, I have ideas in my head or I get it out, but my parents are always in drunk mode whenever I pick up the pencil or mechanical pencil. Yeah, that's the thing. The outcome, the physical outcome doesn't look as good as what it is in my head. Even this one. Doesn't look similar to the one that I have in my head. Doesn't translate well. We are cursed. It's the artist canon event. It's only a matter of like accepting that it's never gonna be that way. Never gonna look like the way that you intended. Oh god. I need to I need to select these layers. I could try doing masking and shit like that, but I don't wanna I I get so confused of those mechanics that I never use it. I only use it sometimes. Creating layer masks, all that stuff. I would just clip or select. Much more easier for my brain to comprehend. Guess yeah, my brain is stubborn. Yeah, there is a Picasso compared to my shit on paper. But still, I am cursed. You never like the shit I make. Having an artwork that is done by me that I actually like is like winning the lottery. It never happens. And if it does, boy, it stays with you. And at this point, I just hope and pray to God that it's like, please at least be bearable to my eyes. But then again, my artworks, I tend to look at them once and never again. I just post it and never again. Never try to look at it ever again. The pain would never stick. Such a weird. I know this is kind of like strange. Not appreciating your own work. Or I guess some people won't view it as normal. I guess it's a thing. I I developed this some sort of habit of like not being too attached to your drawings, because if you became too attached to it, you the motivation to do anything else kind of depletes. It's kind of like a strange thing. It kind of hard to put into words also, but it does happen, especially back then. But I did realize that, okay, this is stuttering our improvement. Let's not grow attached to our drawings. Because if we're. It's kind of like proving a point. If I want to prove that I can redraw this, no problem at all, though I shouldn't, treat it as anything precious. Because if if I'm at the point where I'm actually good at drawing, I wouldn't need to save or be acting all too precious on certain drawings because I can just redraw them because I have enough skills for it. That was sort of like my mentality back then, so that's why I kind of like grown attached also to my drawings. And now I ended up here. Not even bearing to look at it. Gotta drop a ball and go plays Apex per bit and Showtime drawing. Hey, thanks. But yeah. Dang, I think I finally met my match in burgers. Do you have that burger in your country? Probably we don't. Oh, actually, there is. What? But it's not in our city. Typical. It's in a different city. It's in the capital, I think. Yep, it's in the. Yeah, it's in the capital city. But I do eat at this burger chain. Forgot what it was called. Zark's? Zark's burgers. And they're pretty okay. They're definitely burger better than better than Burger King. But they are expensive. But honestly, I would still go for like, I don't know, McDonald's or Jollibee for fucking if I want a budget version of a burger. Cuz I think it's $1. It's $1 for a burger. But of course, yeah, you're gonna get a wimpy kind of burger. But honestly, that's fine enough for me. Enough calories. That burger really deserves their name, cause this is the first time that I didn't want to eat a full burger. Man, I remember struggling back then to eat a burger. I always go for the chicken one because the thing is, beef can. Yeah, it's probably because of the beef. I don't like eating beef all the time. I don't know. They're okay, but to me, or my experience, they just go gnarly for some reason. Like, one day I'm completely fine, one day I'm just like, okay, the sun is too much. I can't handle it. But yeah, most of, I guess, some chains that from America, 9 times out of 10, they're probably in the capital city. Because the most expensive chain that we have here is Jollibee and fucking McDonald's. That's it. You don't get anything else. But I'm more of a pizza girl rather than the burgers. Because, again, burgers are too much for me. I can only eat half of them. That's the thing. I can only eat half of them. I can eat the whole thing if I'm really, 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 really hungry. But the thing is, burger, again, typical Filipino thing. They don't treat burgers as a meal. They treat it as a snack. Like a sandwich or something. Have you heard of Chicago pizza? Because that is not a pizza. And I feel like I will lose 10 years of my lifespan. I'm not. Oh, it's the one that looks like a pie. That is too much for me, though. And besides, Hawaiian pizza is the only pizza that I tend to eat. I know, it sounds blasphemous. But I can't help it. Okay, I'm just airbrushing. Make our boy glow. I'm gonna add more layers. Because I know it's not enough. Need a very light shade. Because everything looks like it's blending in. Because purple and reds aren't really that far-fetched. There's not really a lot of contrast between the colors. So I gotta make up. Or find a way. Reduce contrast. A cheese pie? Okay, I can handle cheese, but not too much cheese. I was a cheese lover back then, but then, I don't know, something struck me and I was like over it. No more cheese, please. Oh yeah, cheese is one of those things that is just, if it's too much, it's just gnarly and disgusting. And since I can't tell whether if I'm lactose intolerant or not. I couldn't get myself checked, like, you know, determine whether or not if I am lactose intolerant. You know, go check out a doctor. Because the thing is, when you're in an Asian household, they want you to be a doctor, but they don't want you to see a doctor. Because I remember that time I told my mom, like, I just want to go to the hospital to check out if I'm lactose intolerant. And first thing that comes to her mind is like, why? Why? Is there something wrong? Are you sick? No, I'm not, but I want to know. If I eat something, and then if I'm gonna get sick or not. She's under tomato sauce, which is blasphemy. And y'all think pineapples on pizza was a war crime? It's really popular in Asia also. I think it's because we really have a thing when it comes to sweet and salty. type of flavor. Like everything is sweet and salty. Or we just want something to balance it out, basically. I'm getting League of Legends recommends on YouTube and Persona Arcade. Welcome to the algorithm. Oh, this isn't realize. I'm actually not sure if the colors are looking right because I'm not using my monitor that is much more color accurate. I'm gonna move it to the other one. Check. For now, we're doing this blind. You guys probably see it. I don't. Not sure if the colors looks right. But yeah, prepare yourself for League of Legends content. But honestly, their lore is actually pretty legit. It's just the game that is toxic. Or their certain game that is toxic. But when it comes to lore and stuff, yeah, it's pretty legit. Just be a part of the good sections, and you're gonna be fine. I think their card game is also pretty good, and a little bit wholesome, but of course it's competitive. The toxicness is inevitable. I guess that's better than their main game. But that's pretty normal when it comes to multiplayer games. Toxicity is part of the feature. I only know Jace's lore because before Arcane, because my bro mains him before he switched to Warwick. I'm surprised he. That's a very contrasting character. I tried using Jace. By the way, I played the mobile game, so my what do you call this? So how the games play out is very different. But yeah, this is one of those champions that are like, it's either super useless or super good because of the player is pretty much knows how to work with them. Bro, they have a card game? Yeah. I think they call it Legends of Runeterra. And honestly, the characters there are pretty good. The artwork is pretty good because of fucking Runeterra. Let's be for real. The actual League of Legends is hanging by a thread. Okay, I think I made it too pink, but I'll fix it for a bit. Hold up. That's too red. Guess this works. Trying to readjust it, see what works. I don't like how too red that is. This kind of looks cool. Yeah, my bro is weird with his main citrus. I remember he was at Multiharm, and then switches to Kassadin, then to Jace. Oh, he likes mages. He's an AP guy. And then a furry on the nurse ship. And a guy with a light bow. I mean, Warwick is pretty good. It's actually fun to play. Hold up. And he's the one that noticed the hints that Vander was Warwick. Yeah, a lot of fans were like going crazy for that one. It's not even implied anymore. It's heavily implied. It's not even subtle. But it is fucking crazy that Singe is the one that started it all. Fucking crazy. Because his character design in the actual game is jarring as shit. The man that started it all has the most goofy ass design ever. To be fair, he wasn't even reworked recently. He's an old model. People found out so good to the point that writers gave up and showed a teaser pic of Vander Chade turning into Warwick. God damn it, they're too smart. Honestly, that's not a bad thing. If the people find out too quick, I wouldn't exactly say that it's bad. It's just good storytelling. Or they just like Warwick. Okay, it doesn't man. Uh the colors aren't matching up right now. It looks more red on my other screen, but it looks more purplish or bluish at my other screen. So let me just export this and test out if it's looking right or not. I'm just gonna use my phone basically as a benchmark in order to like test out if the colors are looking right. Let me just export and re-upload. Maybe I should change this to blue. Oh yeah, this works well. Yeah, welcome to the section of me just playing with the color slider. And being indecisive on which color to use. Yeah, one of the biggest hints was them adding vendor on the posters of the characters that are playable. Why would you do I mean, yeah, it's not so it's no longer implied, it's heavily implied. It looks less blue on my phone. I hate it. God dang it, why? Oh, there's a parade going on. I was a Oh yeah, I was a little sad that I couldn't like find a main champ back then when playing Wild Rift. Cause I did so much experimenting and trying out other roles to the point that I have no mains. I can play all of the roles, but what it costs. I still suck at jungling though. But then again, jungling is like miserable in League of Legends. Okay, I don't think the colors are shifting. Yep, the colors aren't changing, so I'm gonna call this a day. It probably doesn't look as noticeable for you guys, but to me it's jarring because at the other screen it's reddish, and at my other screen it's bluish, and I'm at an existential crisis. I did try to main Thresh back then, but Thresh is so overshadowed by other supports that I stopped playing him. I'm playing Thresh at lower, what do you call this, bottom queue, or at low ranks, is not a good idea. But I did play him a while. And I liked his design, okay? But after that, I switched to Nautilus. I also played, I pretty much played most of the fucking characters. But the ones that I've liked... To the ADC, my favorite is probably Draven, because he just dish out damage. But then again, I am playing Wild Rift. Early game is so important, so might as well snowball it with Draven. If I ever get interested, I would play Kassadin because he looks cool. Kassadin is a late game. He's a late champ, right? So you're gonna play like... Oh boy. The first few 15 minutes is gonna be painful. Someone said League. Jin main, by the way. Oh, let's go. I also like Jin. But I kind of suck playing him. Oh, hold up, someone's calling. I think we're gonna take dinner. I'm barely finished. I'm actually done. I just need to finish this. Or just export. But yeah. I wouldn't say I main Draven. Because funny enough, I used to main Ashe. Yeah, Ashe was my first one. Or first ADC main. Again, at this point I play all of the fucking roles. I'm just picking out the characters that I like. But yeah, back then it was Ashe. Ashe was just, you know, simple and has utility. And I like perma slowing the enemies to death. And but the next one was Draven. I stick to Draven. Cause what I hated the most in ADC on playing the ADC role is, yeah, you're gonna die in one hit. But not only that, you're useless for the first 10 or 15 minutes of the game. And you only became alive and actually useful when you have items. And Draven, you don't need items. You can be okay. Because he has enough damage early game. But a lot of people hate Draven, and I do understand why. Because typically the toxic players always play Draven. I just want the damage, please. I won't talk shit about my jungler. As long as you get the dragon, please. The first only time I played League was me playing as Kayle and that Rose person. You're kind of like playing one of the worst champ. Kayle, again, another late champ. Very painful early game. And yeah, you pretty much need to play them correctly or in a certain way, or else you're gonna get fucked. That Rose person though? What was it? Zyra? Zyra's pretty okay. I actually have no experience. Again, I'm only basing out of Wild Rift. Kelly's in champ till level 16. Yeah, she's pretty useless early game. Oh yeah, I want to try out the ninja characters. Kennen? Kennen is the only one that I can think of that is a ninja. In League. I guess, what's her name? I believe I forgot this champ's name. He's in KDA. Akali. Zed? Oh yeah, Zed also. I guess, well, who's the opposite of it? Zed? Forgot the guy. Or Shen. There we go, Shen. Shen isn't really a ninja. Or if we're talking about playstyle, he's more of a fucking tank. I didn't play much of Shen because it needed me to pay attention to my team. I have to act like a CCTV camera to my team. Like, okay, who's struggling? Who do I ult? Who needs a shield? Akali, I think Akali is hard to play in PC, but in mobile it's just so easy. Just play safe, land your E, and ult away. But I haven't played that much of Akali. Cause I play Irelia. Look, if I'm gonna play a champion that has like 10 dashes, I'm gonna play Irelia. Okay? Cause I know when I play Irelia, I'm not as squishy as Akali, basically. Yes, I'm one of those players. And I think Irelia is much easier to play on mobile. I mean, a lot of characters are fucking easier to play on mobile. Most of them are. And who else? Oh yeah, Pantheon. Pantheon was great. I really like early game champs. I tried to get into late game champs, but yeah, I can't. I can't. And besides, there's no end game or late game to fucking Wild Rift. Oh, Akali is the one of the K-pop singers in the video. Yes, dude. She's part of KDA. I think the one who voiced her is also from (G)I-DLE, you know, K-pop, a K-pop group, basically. Heck, I was pretty much into KDA even before getting into League of Legends. I have zero clue about the game, but when KDA released, I'm like, holy shit! Everybody looks stunning here. I love the art style. And that's it. The rest is history. But what got me into like trying to play League is Arcane. League getting a K-pop boy band right now. Oh yeah, I think it features K'Sante, Set. Forgot the rest. I think it has Kane on it. Was his name Kane? Which I guess is not surprising. He does look fucking Sasuke. Ezreal, Kane, and Set. Ezreal, I guess it's not surprising. Because Ezreal is like, does give out that energy, that vibes. Oh yeah, I did also try playing Ezreal. And yeah, 10 out of 10. Very enjoyable. But it's not a hard carry. It's not a hard carry champ, Ezreal. But it does feel satisfying to, like, play him. Because his own skill shots And landing the hits is just satisfying. I do remember that time, like surviving a Zed ult when I played Ezreal. And she was lit, but I stopped playing Ezreal. I went back to Draven. I remember my bro maining him for like a month. He often screams on how bad Israel was. Skill issue. But he is a bunch of skill shots. All of his skill is skill shot. But he is one of the ADC that, you know, you have 9 times out of 10 have survivability. Like, you can survive an assassin, basically. Where's Nightmare of ADCs? Every assassin in the game. Yeah. Yeah, I stopped playing ADC because of that. Especially, assassin is super popular in Wild Rift. Although what I do hate from assassin is not me playing as an ADC. When I was playing as a tank, I remember playing Malphite. Malphite is also one of my favorites, but he fell off. The only thing I like about him is his ult. But I remember I was playing Malphite. I was full armor or full tank, and I got one-shotted by an Akali. Why? I don't mind being one-shotted as an ADC. I don't mind it. But getting one-shotted as a tank is a whole new different experience, my guy. Is there a pattern in my brother's champion choices? He likes AP. AP champions. Except for Warwick, I guess. Warwick's a bruiser, right? But yeah. So far, I guess Jace is also kind of like a hybrid. He's AP and kind of like a bruiser. But Jace is so fucking confusing, honestly. But the common denominator is that he likes AP a lot. Or you need to land your skill shots. In order to land your combos. Because if you don't land your combos, you're fucked. But yeah. He loves Warwick so much he ended up dating a Warwick player. The Warwick mains are uniting. Are all coming together. I mean, I can't blame them. Warwick is pretty... It's a can't go wrong type of champion. Well, most bruisers are. Bruisers are they still broken? Bruiser tanks are like broken in the game. They ended up visiting us right now from Poland. Goddamn. Warwick mains are a different breed. I think she's going to visit again when Arcane Season 2 starts again for Warwick. Finally, the big reveal. But yeah. But I ended up getting unlucky when using Warwick. Please, team. I'm overfed, but please don't die. But I'm not super tryhardy. It was fine. I had fun. I think I played all of the supports also. And tried out other supports. But I enjoy... The role that I enjoyed the most is like top lane. But I think top lane is fucking dead right now. I haven't played, as you can tell. Imagine them trolling us with Vander turning bullets. Man, I remember hating on Blitzcrank because I don't know how to counter him apart from, I don't know, using Leona. But turns out all I needed was to use Janna. Because Janna, it just dawned on me like, oh, she's an anti-engage support. Okay. Because most of the supports that I've been using are all engage. Especially Nautilus. Nautilus is so slow though. But hey, I like using champions that makes you not move. Top lane is just vibing. Yeah, it's relaxing. Unless there's a ranged top laner, then the day is over. Back then it was just Vayne. But now all ADCs are going into top lane. Honestly, I don't mind it. Let the ADC 1v1, okay? And the top let the top lanes and the bruisers and the tanks go back to bot. Changing the roles completely. Oh, someone's calling me. I have to call in now. Because it's getting late. Yeah, it's almost 6 and it's dinner time. But hey, here's our results. It probably looks purplish or reddish for you guys. But I can't see shit. It looks blue on my screen, but it's not. But yeah. But I have to call it there now, guys, unfortunately. No chill time, sadly. Maybe in the next stream. Hopefully the next stream is, I guess, much more laid back. And me not having an existential crisis. But maybe next time when we try to do the other Hisuian starters next time. I may do Samurott. Or maybe I'll do both. Maybe I'll do both of the sketches. But wasn't that chill time? I guess it counts. But I wish this chill time was longer. But yeah, gotta call it a day now. Bye bye, y'all. Thank you all so much for joining me today. And hope to see you guys next time. Thanks again for all of the follows and joining me. And no worries, I'll be re-uploading the stream in case you guys want to rewatch it. And I hope to see you guys next time, yeah. I'll put it on my schedule and perhaps notify you guys when's the next stream is gonna come up. But for now, bye bye, see ya, and thank y'all for coming. Have a great day, great night, and all that good stuff. Laters.